Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, June the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Paradox. You guys can hear me, see me. Okay, guys, I'm going back to bed. There's impossible for me to have a better trade today than PIK, P-I-K. We've seen this one in the past. This was a Disney play in the past also. I think it even went even further than 360. I may be wrong. I didn't take it though until, look what it did. It got over a dollar. It got over a dollar, got up to $1.20, came right back down through a dollar. I wanted to see if it could hold a dollar. And then I said, okay, it'd be one of those. It popped over a dollar and then now it's going to collapse. But when it regained a dollar up in this area, I said, okay, take some, put a 10-cent stop on it and kaboom. So this has been what a play. So some kind of a deal they've got with Disney. Could pick teams up with Disney to celebrate the release of the original movie World's Best. So that is PIK. Unbelievable. And look at the float. In fact, what I wanted to do before I just forgot to do it. I was so wrapped up in that trade is to go to some other source. I just want to check the float on PIK. Yeah, so this float that we have of 308,000 may be a little light. I see 5 million, which is, quite a big multiple difference. But at any rate, it is very low float. It's probably not 308,000. I don't know where our provider is getting 308 from. But at any rate, not shortable, of course, for me at Interactive Brokers. So what else is happening? I know there are other things happening. You might want to keep an eye on CarMax, guys. KMX, very few earnings plays. Let's take a look at CarMax, KMX. So CarMax, a nice earnings play, up 6%. Big breakout on the daily chart. You can see the daily chart right there, big breakout. Looking left, oops, what happened there on that? There we go. Looking left, looks like the next high on the weekly chart is around $2 away, maybe 240 away. Okay, so it's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart, and that is for CarMax, KMX. Now we're in for a big market down, gap down, guys. Well, yeah, don't call it a gap down. Certainly, the market is going to be weak opening, so I'd be a little leery about taking some of these. Certainly, right off the bat, I'd be probably looking to fade this one, depending on what the market does. Now, also take a look here. I only have what, five? There are only five stocks that are over 10% up and only two that are 10% down. Very little activity pre-market with respect to that. Usually my gap ups are pretty much full. I have to scroll down to see them all. And the gap down's not as much, but certainly not too many dramatic moves in the pre-market other than PIK. CFM, I'm not going to talk. Well, CFMS is a buyout. Okay, CFMS is a buyout. KITT. Was there news on that one? And some kind of a deal with PBR, Brazilian oil company, trading higher after the company announced it has been awarded a contract with Petrobras. Okay, so some kind of a deal with PBR, and that is KIT. However, it has pulled back quite a bit to from 3 down back down to 246, still up 24% and a huge volume. Triple M. This reminds me a little bit like SHC yesterday, guys. Give me a moment. And that it's the same principle. So this has been in the news for a while, but I don't know now if this is the final settlement. But anyway, they reached a settlement. This is the so-called Forever Chemicals, and they reached a settlement, a little over $10 billion to be paid out over 13 years. So the stock popped on that news. Again, maybe thinking, okay, the settlement, it's over 13 years. Maybe they thought it was going to be more, but it was like kind of like the SHC yesterday. They had some kind of a big settlement also. Not the same. I mean, not a forever chemical settlement, but same type of thing. Maybe it is. Ethylene dioxide. I don't know if that would have been considered a forever chemical. Anyway, bottom line is, um, Triple M popping on the news of the settlement. Space. Oh man, space did a financing. It was $400 million. Yeah, I can't remember. I know I saw the headline earlier. I think it was something like $400 million financing for space, right into the 200-day moving average right now. Now, here is something that travesty. Take a look at PRUP. So look at Trupanion, guys. Okay, this is up 13%. Now, yesterday's news was that California said no go to a rate increase. That was yesterday's news. Look at this. Trupanion drops amid California objection to rate increase. Okay, so that was the news for Trupanion yesterday. That's the candle right there. And at that point, this was an all-time low, and I was actually looking to short this one. Okay, now today, Trupanion gains on rate increases. So how about that, guys? So yesterday, no rate increases. Today, yeah, okay, we'll give you the rate increases. And it is California, okay, trading higher after California and New York approved the company's requested rate increases. Yesterday, California said no go. So this is a bunch of, well, anyway, there's Trupanion, TRUP. Still has some room to run. 2546 or so is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Not a lot of volume, only 63,000 shares. Excuse me. X-Air is another earnings play. And X-Air is gapping down on earnings. Let's see, on the daily chart, 510. Looks like five. Yeah, five looks like it could be some support for X-Air. All right, guys. Well, that could be it for the pick, PIK. Got as high as 170 odd. And on the weekly chart, let me back this out. I should go to a monthly chart just to see. I remember this back here. I think it might have started trading as pick back in November of 2021. Got as high as 10. Pretty sure that this, and it was all about Disney. It was all about Disney before. Was hearing Sophie also, guys. SOFI. Now, this is a pretty, let's see, after Compass Point initiates A sell, would I have a price target maybe on it? Excuse me. Okay, the next low looking left for Sophie on the daily chart is 769-ish. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know how it's a big float, so I don't know how dynamic this can actually get. It doesn't have that much more to go to hit that. Now, as I say, the mark we're in for a pretty bleak open here, guys. Anything else happening? How about Genie? Geni? Geni? Genius Sports, okay, rallies after expanding the data deal for a top English and Scottish football leagues. I didn't know they like to gamble over there on football. Haha. Those British bookies, they'll gamble on anything. Guess I shouldn't say it's not the bookies gambling, it's they'll make odds on just about anything. Okay, guys, so there's Genie, Geni. Yeah, the next high looking left is 642. It's not a low float, 112 million in the float. I only bring that up. I mean, the ones that we follow don't have to be low floats, but understand that if it's a fairly high float, the possibility of it moving a lot much more, diminishes the higher the float. That's all. All right, I do have yeah, you're right. APLD is second on my list actually. So they have this has been an AI play, okay, but look at this. I mean, 1189, so it's dropped over a dollar. After the company announced its AI cloud service has secured a second AI customer with an agreement worth up to $460 million over 3 years. Okay, so this has been an AI play before. I'm sure we saw it when they announced their first AI customer. And it's I call it a medium float, 54 million in the float. Yes, they do. 425,000 shares for APLD, available to short at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, 9:13. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Mm. All right, we hardly have any upgrades. Let me see if there's anything interesting on the upgrade side. Yeah, I don't see anything that interesting. I have a few more downgrades. A lot of these are foreign stocks, so with the F at the end. So If you just sort of don't even talk about them. Well, there's Tesla. Tesla's not piling on, but Tesla's, I think, who was it? Morgan Stanley yesterday on Tesla, downgrading it. Now, Deutsche, DZ Bank, don't know them at all. DZ Bank, I thought it was Deutsche Bank, but I guess it's not. DZ Bank, they're downgrading Tesla. And see the downgrade for United for Under Armour. Boy, Under Armour's just beaten up by Wells Fargo. I don't know, JK. I mean, well, I guess when the bigger ones pile in, when if it's a Morgan Stanley, I think yesterday, I don't know. I mean, it might have some effect. I doubt if, well, I shouldn't say. I don't know how many brokers have shorts available for PIK. I know trade ideas, United. I should go back to bed. Interactive Brokers has no shorts available for PIK, and they didn't right off the bat. So it's not like they were available and then they've been snapped up. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. First of all, just want to see if anything is creeping in here. Let's see anything that is creeping in here. I'll be paying a lot of attention to my option scanner. Okay, a lot of attention this morning to it. Let's see if anything. And yesterday was an incredible day. They're not all going to be incredible, but I'm going to definitely pay a lot more attention to it. When I say that, it's not that I don't pay attention to it, but sometimes I get distracted. But I'm going to try to undistract myself and kind of watch it a lot more closely. Let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm from our toolbar, click on new and then docked channel bar. Click on the show more and go down to sector status. And every sector is going to be negative. Okay, I don't count utilities. That's sort of these are the dividend stocks. Interesting that consumer staples is mildly positive. Anyway, what you're seeing here, XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE, and 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. That's what that 100% in red means. Look at tech, 95%, communications, 83%. As I say, we're in for a pretty bleak open. We haven't had an open like this for a while. And as always, let's take a look at, I want to take a look just at a couple of the big ones, XLF, with respect to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so XLF, of course, yesterday, I mean, the Dow was just down a little. NAS was up, but, XLF, the ETF for the big ETF for financials, now starting to drift again away from that 200-day moving average. XLE, energy. Oops. XLE, energy. Can't even see the 200-day. Let's take a look where it is. There it is. So again, really starting to drift away from that. Remember in the months ago, XLE was one of the stars when most of the ETFs, most of the major sectors were underneath the 200-day moving average. This has really been a turnaround. And the other one, I'd like to check, is staples, consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, consumer staples is holding over the 200-day. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Yeah, way above the 200-day. And I don't even have to look at communications or technology. They'll be way above. Let's take a look at healthcare, XLV. Yeah, so XL, that's in jeopardy, guys. It's just a little bit above the 200-day. See what happens today, though, with the market. Take a look at materials, XLB. Yeah, so most of the major sectors, let's take a look at XLI, are still above the 200-day moving average. So is really, I mean, oh, retail, I didn't look at retail. Yeah, so you've got retail, you've got energy, and you've got financials. Those are the three big ones, three sectors underneath the 200-day moving average. And you can see that retail was struggling to get above it. Yeah, I actually I don't really share this one. I mean, it's not I'm not trying to hide this one session, the gap up and gap down. You can make it yourself. Um, the one I share is really, I mean, I look at this, but this is really my my go-to, the pre-market actives up and down, my two top lists. That's what I really spend the time on. This is just, I only have this just because every now and then, every time a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get the text to voice, so I kind of hear it. But really, this is what I concentrate on. If you went to our pre-market channel, I think we have these two. Okay, if you went to the pre-market channel, yeah. Well, we used to. We sort of eliminate. Wait a minute. Let's see, upgappers. Yeah, we don't even have them anymore on the pre-market channel. But this is all it is. I mean, look, I can give it to you if you want. You really want it. The only one I really share though is this. I'm not trying to not share these, but in fact, there's half a mind just to get rid of these. I don't really pay that much attention to them. But here, I'll give you this one. See if I've even got it. Cap up. Let's see. Yeah, I don't even have it saved as a gap up. So I'll give it to you. Ah, it's got a custom symbol list in it. That's why. Yeah, that's the problem. That's right. I've got a custom symbol list which does not copy. Why do I have a custom symbol list? Just give me a moment. It might be because didn't think I had one. Well, I'll give it to you. Let's see what happens, okay? But it's easy. I mean, look, you can do it yourself, okay? All it is this. I mean, you can pick your price range. There's my minimum volume, and it's just looking for stocks making pre-market highs. I mean, it's nothing. And the gap down is just the flip of it. In other words, stocks instead of moving up 4%, down 4%, things like that, and of course a pre-market low. But honestly, this is what I really pay attention to. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this one, STCN. Don't know anything about this one. Looks like it, I mean, this is on a daily chart. What day is this? Yeah, I have no explanation for what's going on with this Steel Connect. I mean, this is not a $3,000 stock yesterday, now 12. Something has happened. I don't have, no, I don't have, not on my homepage. You have to go, Trader. You have to go to the channel. You know how to do that, right? So, I mean, it's right here, doc channel bar. Click on show more. ETF racing right there. Okay, there it is. And of course, this won't start, I guess. I guess it'll start now. Okay. UPST guys, I'm hearing is starting to move down here. UPST starting to move down a bit, but probably like most stocks, we haven't had an open like this for a while. Again, if you do want to short Tesla, this is the way to do it, guys. Okay, you can buy this TSLS. I'm not suggesting you short Tesla, but this is a lot cheaper than trying to go and short the actual stock. You buy this TSLS. I mean, I would anticipate that if the market continues like this, that most stocks are going to be moving down today. Never mind the downgrades. All right, guys, William is not here today to remind me that the market's going to open in less than a minute. So the market is going to open in less than 1 minute. Let's have a great end to this trading week, guys. I'll get set for this open. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I may have to take a harder look at my option plays to see, I may dabble a little bit earlier. Now, the only thing is, I mean, with the option plays, most of the good ones were moving higher. Now, on a day like today, hard to Going to be hard to commit to going long anything at the beginning anyway. All right, guys, we're now open. I made a little change. I've put this basic new highs and lows up here. Okay, instead of the momentum scan. So I'll see what happens with this. Interesting that I'm not getting anything yet. Ah, the count. Okay, that's all about the count. Hmm. Has the market opened? I may have to change this. Now, short pick. Well, I don't have, if you have shorts available, I don't have shorts available for PIK, at Interactive Brokers. So this CISS is actually a little earnings play also, guys. CISS is an earnings play. Triple M, guys, is weakening here. Look at Triple M, guys. Triple M, you would think this is right for a short on a day like today. Again, they had a settlement, a little over $10 billion over 13 years on this. I guess the term is forever chemicals. Okay, well, there's a halt for pick, halted on the way down. So if you had shorts available, and this is halted on the way up, CISS. This is crazy. What did I change a filter in here that's preventing anything? 400,000 shares. This is it. The number of alerts today is 45. So it has to make either 45 new highs or new lows to get in here. But a moment, maybe I'll bring back the other one. Remember up from yesterday, which was, of course, not. That showed up in the option scanner. I didn't take it, and it showed up around 250 or so, and it just broke down, and there were a lot of shares available. Ajith in our YouTube room, good morning, and good morning to any other YouTubers that might be lurking. Look at AI, guys. Look at AI. This is really taking a tumble. Well, the next low looking left is 34.65. So it's about $1 away from the next low looking left. Okay, there's I on Q. I on Q is just showing up in the option scanner. Okay, I on Q just showing up on the option scanner, guys. Now the market is trying to put in a little bit of a recovery here, just a minor one. I mean, the opening 15-minute candle is green to start. I on Q again showed up early. Not telling anybody to take this yet, but as I said, I'm going to be a little more aggressive with these now. And when I look left, 1157 is the next high looking left on the daily. There's the STCN. Okay, that STCN. Well, yeah. So I don't know what's going on with our charts on this one. Okay, I really don't. I mean, that says $3,000. So I don't know what's going on really. And morning, you other YouTubers, and I guess good evening to the gentleman from India. CMC from yesterday, guys. CMC from yesterday. This was the really nice one. Once it got rolling, earnings play from yesterday, CMC. It's above yesterday's high. Has a chance. $54 is the next high looking left on the weekly. Oh, exactly, Taurus. I don't buy options. I don't buy options. Yeah, I don't trade options at all. I'm just looking at those stocks with abnormal option activity and buying the stock or shorting it. And you don't get very many alerts from it, but that's not yet anyway. Again, I said this yesterday. When we get into earnings season, we'll get a lot more alerts from that because that's when a stock usually has earnings. That's when their option activity explodes. You know what? Cannot believe it. It's staring at me. This big note is staring at me. Possible short overstock, OSTK. All right, so overstock again. This yesterday had the big news was that they bought the intellectual property from Best Buy, Bed Bath and Beyond, and that just popped it up. But we surmise that today, especially with the market with it is today, could have a drop so far. AIDS kaleidoscope. Good morning. This is in our YouTube room. All right, let's take a look at Overstock. Now it's had a pop. I'm going to watch Overstock if it takes out 24 again. Okay, that could get me involved with it on a short. All right, so SOUN, which was the nice one from yesterday. SOUN, is this shortable for me? Yes, it is. SOUN is shortable for me, showing up on the option scanner. My issue with it is that the next low looking left is fairly close. Okay, 360, it's fairly close. This is an earnings play, guys. SWBI is actually an earnings play. SWBI is an earnings play. Now, let's the same thing. I mean, showing up on the option scanner. Let's take a look. Looking left, again, I just don't see it has enough room. Look at the weekly chart. A lot of action right at the current price. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to pop through. I mean, if it can somehow pop through all that, then you've got some room up to 14. But I don't know if it's going to do, especially on a day like today. Though it's an earnings play, it should be trading more or less on its own, not caring too much what the market's doing, overall market is doing. I'm keeping an eye on Overstock, guys. OSTK looks like it's trying to break down through 24 again. So again, from my option scan, I mean, I still have to treat them the same way in terms of looking left. I mean, if I don't see enough room, I'm not going to take the trade just because it's showing the Overstock, guys. Okay, Overstock underneath 24 again. Well, or it's right at 24. Works. WORX. Haven't seen that one today. Okay. Well, no, I don't want to be. I don't look at stocks under a dollar, so I have no idea on this one. I mean, the VWAP's at 48, the SMA 200-day moving average at 45, so it's right in these areas. So, all right, guys. Well, the Smith and Wesson SWBI is on the move. Earnings play. But I'm just looking left here, and this 1288 is the next high looking left. It bothers me that it's right there. If that weren't there, I would be in this one for sure. 12, look at the weekly chart, 1280-ish, and then looking left a little bit more. I mean, if it can get through this If it gets through 13, then your next highs are around 1374, which wouldn't be bad. So I think what I'll do, I mean, it might do it. It may not care about all this resistance. So what I'll do is I'm going to stick an alert around 1295, 1297, and see if it gets up there. And if it does, it may not, like all this little resistance area that I think is resistance may not matter. That is for the SWBI. Another one, this ASAI. Yeah, again, I'm just reluctant because I'm looking left on the weekly chart. I just see a lot of stuff around 15. And this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Not This is not on the option scanner, doesn't trade options, so it's not on the option scanner. But this is what I'm talking about right here. So there's the Smith and Wesson SWBI. Earnings play, XAIR, earnings play, moving down actually. Man, I'd love to be shorting this SOUN. Again, my issue is that low right there. I mean, if the next low down was down here at 337, I would definitely be all over this one, especially with the market the way it is. But I'm just looking left and I see a low that's close to the current price, and then even another one. It just is preventing me from taking that short. All right, so APLD after the big pop up with their AI news, 1189 goes all the way down to 981. That's a $2 drop. Now it's moving higher. Guys, the Smith and Wesson may not matter. Here's another one showing up now on the downside. Space. Now, Space, what sort of room does it have? It has some room down to 4, guys. Space has some room down to 4. They had a financing. The market is that the first 15? Yeah, so that first 15-minute candle was mildly green, but the next one is red. So this market is still has not put any sort of a recovery. Well, I mentioned AI earlier. Look at AI just tumbling. Boy, it's below that low. The next low looking left is 31 now. Almost $3 to the next low. I'm sorry, almost two. Yeah, almost $3. I mean, 33.65. Call it $2 to the next low. I'm kind of waiting on this SWBI, guys. If it gets closer to 13, I might take that trade. It may just be enough that it's an earnings play and it'll kind of trade on its own. Aha. This is how whippy this is. Look at Ion Q now showing up as a short from the option scanner. Early on, it was a long. So this is difficult day right now. But keep an eye on the SWBI. The ones that I find, not that that happened yesterday, but if it's got some news right there, guys, okay, if it's got some news with it, which in this case it's an earnings play, they should be active all day long. Yeah, I haven't seen, what is that, Regier or something like that? RGR? Sturm Ruger? Yeah, maybe. Maybe a little sympathy play with Smith and Wesson. Not much volume though. Hardly any volume, Ori. Okay, guys, Smith and Wesson, Smith and Wesson, Smith and Wesson. SWBI. Now, the room it's got, again, the next high looking left on the weekly anyway is 1369. So it's got a little bit of room to there. Okay, guys. Somebody's mentioning UCAR. You guys are talking about UCAR. Haven't seen that one at all. Oh, I guess I should have been looking at the race here. UCAR. Yeah, wow. Well, the next high looking left is 924, and then after that, obviously, if it can take out 10, I mean that's maybe a tall order, but somehow if it can take out 10, you've got all this up here, 15. Oh my goodness. Lost sight of it. The APLD guys lost sight of it. Look at this. APLD. So the alert was at 936. The price was 1065. This is in the don't repeat version of this. And what did it get up to? 1147, 1148 right there. There's the high it made from 1065. I did not take it. That's a big break. That's a big breakout on the daily chart for this one. APLD, not shortable. Let's see if it's shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, there's a lot of shares available, 350,000 shares available. So it is shortable for me anyway, Interactive Brokers. I'm gonna back this out on a weekly chart to see what the next highs are. Wow, so the next high, 1720 on the weekly chart. So it's got room. I kind of dismissed it because what was happening with AI, the stock itself, AI. Anyway, we're trying to get to this AI chart. So it's having a bit of a bounce here, but the AI in general. So I thought, would that APLD really look at overstock? By the way, guys, I know I'm flipping around here. I thought I was set to short this right around that 2385 mark, but it's actually had a bit of a pop. In essence, maintaining its hold over 13, guys. If you took it, SWBI again, the next high. The next high, again, on that weekly chart is 1369. So it's getting a little, getting closer and closer. Now, that's not a target. All I'm doing is I'm just looking where it could stall. Could stall for a number of other reasons, of course, but you take a look at that weekly chart, and that is the next high looking left. 1366 to be exact. Wow, the options, I mean, what can you say? I mean, they're not all going to be fabulous, guys, but I mean, pick the one, especially the ones with news, okay? The ones that have some news associated with it. And SWBI, that's why I'm saying when we get into earnings season, we're going to have this thing a lot more full, which is not necessarily a good thing. But again, look at SWBI. Its option volume right now, what that 557% means is it means it's trading 5.5 times normal in terms of the option activities. So that, I mean, it doesn't trade options that much because it's only 2,900 contracts today, but that represents 5.5 times normal, what the normal has been over the last 10 days. Okay, so that's what this scanner is looking for. Again, I'm not trading options. I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. It's just another way of looking for, well, stocks that are trading abnormally. We can use relative volume, of course. Relative volume would have been showing this. Look at that relative volume, 45 times normal up to this time of day. Hey guys, man, we're getting closer and closer and closer to that high. 1366, I think. 1366 for Smith and Wesson SWBI. I've actually been trying to short space, but I just can't get the fill that I want because of the uptick rule, I guess. Lots of shares available. That's not the issue, but yeah, too bad. I mean, it's inching its way down. There was the alert, 442. So sort of it's inching its way down. I believe it has room down to four. If you look at the daily chart, yeah, it's got room down to four. Space did a financing. SPSC did a financing. Warner Brothers guys, or sorry, not Warner Brothers, Weibo, China stock, Weibo, WB. This has some room on the weekly chart. 1214 looks like the next low looking left. 1214, it's at 1297 right now. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. There's a dividend announcement for it. Hansi was in, okay, how's Hansi doing this morning? ONCY. Wow. Big week, of course. Big day yesterday. It's above yesterday's high now, ONCY. Carvana, you guys are talking about Carvana, CVNA. Yeah, I mean it's got room. I mean the next low is about $1 away, 23.96, and the next low looks like around 20 around 23, so it's got some room. Okay, overstock still hanging around that 24 mark. It had a nice little pop up, but now has come back down to that 24 mark. I'm still kind of interested. Potential short of overstock underneath 23, underneath 24. I think I have an alert set. Well, I had an alert set right here, 2280, 2385. It's got a lot of room underneath if it decides it wants to really fall down from there. 22 is the next low looking left, so it's almost $2. The Sarepta was really wild yesterday, wasn't it? It got halted on that news, popped up, crashed down, popped up. Now it's yeah, well, based on that news, I guess it's weakening. So you're long now, Tank. I haven't even looked at pick. Not since what is it doing? Yeah. So okay, there's the VWAP. 144 is the VWAP. I mean, I suppose if it can get through the VWAP, maybe it has another run. This was it was just an awesome trade this morning in the pre-market. Yes, Smith and Wesson getting closer again. It's kind of hanging around this level right now. 1366 again is that next high looking left on the weekly chart. Okay, guys, pay real close attention to this AVDL. This is showing up on the option scanner. Yeah, shorts available for me, 108,000 at Interactive Brokers. I would not take it unless it broke down through, well, got closer to 13, number one, because look left, and the next low looking left is way down here at 1172. So I'm definitely keeping an eye on this AVDL, and it showed up on the option scanner right there as a potential short, 1320. Hey, I'm missing an entry on the old, I'm trying to get something at OSTK. Okay, I do have an entry. I do have an entry on the OSTK on the short. Pretty tight stop on it. But if it pops up, because it is still pretty whippy. I don't like the fact that I had the nice pull-ups for it. So let's see what happens here. Okay, guys, AVDL, and they overstock. Come on, get down into the 60s again. Okay, as I said yesterday, guys, I'm trying to pay a lot more attention to my option scanner, so I am not distracted right now, but I'm just trying to pay a lot more attention to it. I'm just looking for another break of 13 on AVDL. That may not happen. All right, reset my alert now. Just around 13 for AVDL and see if it takes it out again. I was all set to take this one, but it started to move up. So I thought, okay, just wait for a second, see if it how well it holds underneath 13. Didn't really do that. So, and again, the reason I'm interested in the course is because it's got all sorts of room on the weekly chart, all the way. I'm not saying it's going to get down to 10, but it's got all sorts of room down to 10. On overstock. Okay, well, AVDL, I don't know, maybe it won't take out 13 again, but if it does, I'm ready. Overstock is working reasonably well for me. Just looking for a big collapse. AVDL? No, I'm talking about AVDL. I'm looking for a break underneath 13, not 12. Oh, you mean where could it get to? Well, I'm looking at a weekly chart. All right, Smith and Wesson making another new high, guys. Another new high. Getting closer and closer to this level, 1369. No, no, no. I'm not talking about APLD. AVDL. Market's, yeah, you know what? Market's putting in a decent little recovery. Look at all these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Okay, so the sellers have been trying to knock it down a little bit, but the buyers have been in control for almost, well, not quite an hour now. Certainly 45 minutes plus, plus 3 minutes. Sorry, 3 minutes. This is 3 minutes into this candle. Yeah, I'm just going to give this maybe just a little bit longer, see if I can get into the mid 40s before I really take some off here. Again, that's the magnet right there. 1369 for the Smith and Wesson. But the market's putting in a nice little rebound here, guys. Almost, well, not quite an hour. Not a bad one from the AI guys on a short. There's XR 441 to short, 425 now. It did get down to this underneath four. This is an earnings play, XR. I don't think actually I'm surprised it hasn't shown up on the option scanner. Some filter is blocking it. Mara guys, I know a lot of you are following Mara. Mara's having a nice little surge. There's a crypto play at a pretty well interesting day to say the least. Yesterday got up to 1272, closed down here at 1113, or got down to 1113. Buyers did take it higher from that low. Ah, overstock, overstock, overstock. Guess what? Showing up on my short now. Showing up on the options play to short. This was after yesterday to go long. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. I've taken some off the Smith and Wesson right now. Okay. Looking for a, come on, overstock. So that's what I'm talking about, guys. I'm in this one before, of course, but there it is, 23.59 options play to short it. I'm just really watching this overstock. I want to see it. Be great if I get a big collapse. Okay, well, while I wait for that to potentially happen, let's take a look at some other. How's that APLD doing? Would have been a decent short, I guess, from the 1164 area. Smith and Wesson just made a. I still have some left. I just in case it can get even closer. Did sell some in the 30s, but it did briefly make a new high. SWBI. Again, there's that little area right there, 1366. Look at Lucid, guys. This is just what a disaster. LCID, what a disaster. Another making another new low here. LCID. Lots of shares available. 1.5 million to short. Big recovery in the market, guy. Well, big. I mean, decent. Almost an hour now. Another 5 minutes for this candle to close. A little less than 5 minutes for that candle to close. So we've had a pretty strong recovery. How did that SI end up doing? ASAI? Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, there are some shorts available. I did not. Well, I didn't take it on the way up, and I didn't take it on the way down. All right, guys, that may be it for Smith and Wesson SWBI. That little pop into the 40s. That might be it for Smith and Wesson SWBI. Oh, there's ONCY, guys. ONCY. This is a great week, great 2 days. Now the third day, over yesterday's high now. ONCY. Not a low float, not a high float. 63 million. Any news on this one? Was there news a couple of days ago, perhaps? Yeah. So this is the news they had. Shares up 24% on a pancreatic cancer study. Wow, it's another big move, guys. Where do we go to? Looks like the next high is 315, and that is back in June of 2021, so about 2 years ago. So it's approaching a 2-year high for ONCY. I know, Shady, are you still short or long triple M? To me, it looks like it has a jeopardy of giving up 100. I don't know. I just recall saying you went long, you were going long. I think it triggered. I have no idea where your stop was. You might have mentioned it. I just didn't. I just can't remember what you may have said where your stop would have been. Okay, guys, that knocked me out of overstock. Okay, I'm out of overstock. Took a loss on it. I'll take a look later, maybe, but yeah, maybe there's just too many people thinking that was such a great news yesterday. So I was in the short at 74. So basically, when it got back up there, I was thinking. I mean, I had a little bit of profit in it. All right, guys. ONCY is interesting. The longer it holds over 3, the more interesting I'm going to get in it. I know it's 2 years ago. There's a high. I don't know if that's really going to affect it too much. Okay, AVDL now moving down again. I don't like that big pull up though, up to 1350. Might be just too choppy for me. Big bottoming tail there. Then the buyer stepped in and moved it all the way up to 1350. Sellers knocked it down. Sellers look like they're trying to regain control. I mean, it's just got a wonderful looking gap. All right. Well, Overstock is back where I shorted it. I don't know if I want to do it again. Okay, well, AVDL guys. Okay, AVDL. Taking another shot at this one, or the first shot. Broke down underneath. I just got to pay really close attention to it. Okay, okay, come on. Got to get that the spread to tighten up a bit here. Spread wasn't terrible when I took it, but it's a little bit dicey now. Just got to get that spread to tighten up. Yeah, you're right. Smith and Wesson could that was a little bit of a pull, but where did it actually pull back to? I'm out of it completely, but where did it pull back to? Take a look at the VWAP. 1302 is the VWAP. Didn't get quite down there. I have the VWAP at 1302, so it didn't get down there. 1320 held, approximately 1320 held. Okay, MNMD, you guys are talking about psychedelics. Okay, this AVDL is still kind of whippy. Okay, here's another one that's showing up on my option scanner. I mean, there's room, 1906. There is some room. Ah, knocked out of the AVDL, guys. They're just too whippy for me. Again, another one I had some profit in, but I'm looking for a lot bigger collapse. I think today has to be more of a scalping day for me than, I mean, I'm looking at the overstock again, but I don't know. Just too little too choppy for me. OSTK just a little too choppy for me. Now it's interesting, from my option scanner, I've actually found that the ones that work better are the ones moving higher. Doesn't really matter what the market's doing. Not saying there are no good shorts, but probably not seeing as many good plays on the short side as on the long side with the option scanner. But this market's had a nice an hour now, guys. An hour, and then here's the next candle, green. So it's had an hour of, I wouldn't call straight up. I mean, you got have these bottoming tails and topping tails. So it's been choppy on the way up, but the trend is up. The trend is definitely up. The Starwood is on the move here. I mean, I don't. Okay, there's PIK. So PIK, I don't have an alert here. I think it's over the VWAP. So PIK is at the VWAP again. Topping tails, though, you've got these topping tails, the last three 15-minute candles. So, I mean, again, what does it mean? It means the buyers had it up to the top of that top of the topping tail, and then the sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again, knocked it down. Buyers trying again, sellers knocking it down. So it's a little bit dicey, in my opinion. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this Starwood has any action in it left. STWD, it's kind of extended, but it's look at the room it's got, 19. What's the spread like? So it's a big float, so I don't anticipate a massive percentage move, but that might be a little bit, you can take maybe more shares. The reason being is that you wouldn't expect, giant red candles knocking you out of your position, but we'll have to see. PDSB, I have an alert set here. I don't know when I set it. PDSB, and why would I set it? On the way down, okay. I don't know when I set that. Certainly not today, not yesterday. All right, guys, 10:42 already. So what I'm going to do right now is just go over a couple of things. I'm going to put in a link for the test drive promo, a direct link. You want to check out a subscription to Trade Ideas? This is your chance to get 25% off. All right, so there's the promo for 25% off. Click on that link right there, and this you'll be brought to this page. So there's the promo, test drive 25. And you get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. My recommendation is don't go to an annual unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always try us out for another month, getting 25% off that first month only. And if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, an annual subscription, and if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. Okay. And we have 4 subscriptions. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the annual, well, let's go to the monthly though. This is what I'm recommending, 118 or 228. The big difference is the AI. Not having a great day today, but you never know. I mean, I use it as a watch list, okay? So some of the things I don't really care about the fact that some of these are not working because sometimes later on in the day they set up in a different way. So that's how I use it as a watch list. But anyway, monthly 118, 228, less than 25%. Okay, first month only. So that is the direct link to get a subscription. And the more indirect link is through my homepage, but my homepage has a lot of information on it. On Starwood. Starwood's on the move here, guys. Starwood is on the move. STWD. All right. Click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. Okay, there it is again. If you want to take out a subscription from my homepage, then just again click on the Get Trade Ideas. There's the promo code for 25% off. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. There's your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. These are 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. Okay. You're new to trading. Trading 101 is the course for you. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay. I mean, it starts off as basic as what is a stock? And it is free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. So there it is. There's our user guide. Okay. If you click on the user guide, there's that getting started again, more in depth about what an alert window is, a top list window, and here is all about stock racing. Click on the stock racing, and you'll see we have 4 videos which fully explain it. Race startup, race configuration. Okay, there's that. Whoops. There's the getting started series again. Now, daily support. I take a break between 12 and 1 and Eastern time, and one of the other traders takes over from me in our YouTube room. And today is Friday, so it should be Andy. Pretty sure it's going to be Andy. Okay. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link into the main room so that you guys can head over and listen to Andy. And last, now, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage, link, you just scroll down until here are my scans. Okay. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This is the race that you see here, the biggest gainers from the open. You hear me talk about the options plays a lot now. So there it is. You want to, and I'll explain what the options plays are all about. It's not trading options, it's just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Now, I trade the stock, but some have said that, being able to at least identify the stocks with abnormal option activity allows them to trade the options, figure out a way to trade the options. But that'll be up to you, of course. And then my 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, my other favorite scan. Okay, so a lot of scans here. There's the halts resumes that you see right here. So a lot of scans are here that you can take a look at. Oh, if you decide to take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you either, use it from my homepage or use that link. I do get some credit. Also, if you do save my homepage link, you'll have access to all my scans and, of course, that education section anytime you want. Is there a special for the anchored VWAP? I don't know if you get a discount off that. Let me just ask. Okay, I know it's an add-on. It's a $49 a month add-on. Yeah, calling the office is not going to help. The best thing to do is just send an email. Seriously. Okay, now I've just asked the question, and I'm going to see what the answer is. I get a shrugging emoji. Okay, let me ask a more general question. All right, guys, Starwood is working a little bit. Okay, it's working a little bit. Okay, Pepe says the promo code will work for that. Okay, so go for it. Thank you, Pepe. Pepe says it does. Okay, so oh yeah, it's only the first month. Only the first month. Okay, like all the promos. If you take out a well, there's no way to actually take out an annual for the anchored VWAP. So I guess it does work. So you can get 25% off that anchored VWAP add-on. Triple M guys looks in jeopardy of taking out 100. Now this is showing up on the option scanner to short guys, 547. What's the low here? Ah, it's got room galore. Look at this on the weekly chart. So right here, the low is 550. So it's just underneath that low there, just underneath that low there in the weekly. So we're at 547. And when you look left, the next low on the weekly is way down here, almost not quite a dollar away, but 80 cents away on a $5 stock. That is pretty darn good. Yeah, I am in Starwood. I've taken some out though. Again, I'm in scalp mode today, guys. I'm going to carve out profit now where I can. I got a little greedy on the overstock. I was hoping for a huge collapse. It didn't happen for me. The AVDL had a little bit of profit, but again, it turned on me. So took two losses on the on that one. SWBI did very well. I'm out of it completely. And the Starwood, it was okay. One of the reasons it worked out actually not badly for me is, remember I was talking about the float for Starwood, SWDD, STWD. So look at the float, 294 million. So I did not think it would be, wild. In other words, it wouldn't get some wild red candles. Now, granted, it's down to 1847, but that's where the alert happened. It happened right here at 1849. I was able to take, more shares on something like this than something that has an extremely low float. Ugh, now look at this red candle here. Almost wiping out that nice hour and 15 minutes. So when I say I'm in scalp mode, I'm more. It's not that not that I'm looking to make just pennies on the trade, but I'm just finding that things are not having the sort of trend continuation. So consequently, I'm just going to have to sort of carve out what I can. I'd love to short this one, KOS. 23 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers. It's a big float. ABCM guys. I'm sorry, ONSI. It's ONSI that I'm getting an alert for. ONCY. Yeah, wow. Didn't get it. And when I say I'm hearing it, I have a symbol. The symbol crashes on this one. So when I hear the symbol crash, I know to look at this window. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, if you're new, by the way, if you're new to the room, welcome to the rooms that we have going. This is the format Monday to Friday between basically 9 a.m. and 3:30. I'm live on the mic, sharing my screen. All right, guys. I took the cost short. See what happens here. I mean, it's a huge float, so I don't anticipate a massive percentage move. But on the other hand, I don't expect it to be too whippy on the way up either. And the main reason is because when I look left on that weekly chart, there's room down to 460. It's not getting there today. It may never get there, but I'm just trying to take chart resistance as one reason why it won't keep moving down. Okay, so that's all I'm doing. Looking left to see what sort of how much further could it go down before it hits some kind of resist or some excuse me some kind of support. Bitcoin doing? I'm seeing Mara's having a nice pop still. MARA. Just want to take a look at what BITO is doing. Yeah, not much really. I mean, this is up what basically flat, but Mara is up what 4%. Mm-hmm. Having trouble with the trading window. Are you talking about Oliver? Are you talking about this window here, the big blue window that we call Brokerage Plus? Okay, so are, have you are you in the simulator? Does it say simulated trading right there in the account? So you've live traded? Okay, and E-Trade. I can't help you with E-Trade at all, but all I can, so I don't know why it wouldn't be pulling in the bid ask. You know, if you're connected to the simulator, and I'm just looking here, it's pulling in the bid ask. With E-Trade, I can't help you with. I mean, obviously it should be, but I'm just looking at the simulator. You're connected. You are connected. You have a green ball in the toolbar. When you say sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. Hmm. Um, yeah, I have no answer for that. I mean, if it, like I'm just looking at mine, and obviously you can see it's working every time. It's pulling in the bid ask. Maybe I don't know. Maybe do a couple of things. Go to your account and do a reset connection just for fun. Okay, do a reset. The other thing is maybe exit out of the window and reload it. Well, I don't know how anybody's going to help you though. I mean, if it's intermittent, but try this first. You know, click on the account and then do a reset connection. And good point. What symbols does it not work on? That's a good point. Give me a symbol that it is not working on right now. Okay. Let's see what happens when I do it. I mean, maybe it's something to do with an exchange or pick. Okay, let's put in pick. Actually, let me click it here. No, it's working here. 130, 131. That's what it is. Any ideas, Pepe? And it definitely says simulator. If you're in E-Trade right now, I cannot help you with that. I'm asking in the simulator, is it working? But if it's E-Trade, I cannot help you with that. I mean, maybe it's something within E-Trade. Okay, so you've got, so it definitely says simulator. And so when you type in, when you click on pick, you're not getting the bid ask. As an example, is it all the time or is it intermittent? So in other words, if you click on another symbol and the bid ask loads, and then you went back to pick, is it always pick or is it just intermittent? In other words, is it something about pick? Well, now it's for every ticker. It's not intermittent anymore. It's every single ticker. Yeah, what version of, I mean, it's gonna be a tough one for anybody to try to help when it's that in when it's not widespread. Okay, so do me a favor and close down Brokerage Plus again, okay? Because this happens to me every now and then also. The link seems to be gone. I'll click on an alert and it doesn't even fill in. And so what I have to do is I just exit out, X out. Oh, I guess I had, okay, I just X out and then I click on new Brokerage Plus again. Okay, not that wasn't happening to me before, but every now and then that does happen to me. And when I click on a symbol, it doesn't even load. Never mind, give me the bid ask, it doesn't even load. So I have to exit. Can you try that, please? It's still no go. All right, I'm gonna have to send you to support then. Unless Pepe, you've got some idea. What version of Trade Ideas are you on? If you click on Help and About, what version are you on? Help and About. I'm on a development version, so you will not have this 0.60, but are you on the as Pepe is asking, are you on the latest beta? I mean, I have no idea if that is the problem, but what is the version you're on right now? Okay, just click on Help and About. 5.6.36. Okay, let's take a look at, I don't even know what the latest version you guys have access to is. Well, that's the production version. So you're on the production version. Okay, and the beta is down here, 5.6.56. Now, it shouldn't matter, but you might want to try the beta. I don't see why that would matter though, but beta's fine. I believe me, guys, I've used the beta. Every time they came up, since I've been a subscriber, 2010, I always am on the beta. Never had an issue. Maybe you can try that and let's see if that is the answer. Yeah, I'll give you the support email, and let's keep our fingers crossed on that one, guys. Triple M looks like it's going well. Let's see. I mean, obviously, hugely psychological number for it to try to hold. Okay, 100. It's actually gone negative now. So, I mean, it popped up this morning because they came to an agreement with this Forever Chemical. Never heard of that before until a couple of weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, because they were, I think they were in news that day, the same thing. This Forever Chemical settlement, in which you're paying, I think, a little over $10 billion over 13 years. PFSA is the actual chemical, okay? Or that's the acronym for those. Yeah, guys, it's not a lot of chop now for me. There's things that I'm looking at. Very choppy day. Look at the Starwood. I mean, that was an okay play briefly. The Smith and Wesson, Smith and Wesson, I would not call choppy. That had a nice trend, very close to that weekly high that we were looking at. The Overstock, very choppy. AVDL, very choppy. The cost, I'm still in it. Hasn't really done much. KOS. Wow, interesting. So Root, I know you guys have been, some of you have been talking about Root. So Root was a huge move down yesterday, and at the time of the move, the big move, there were no shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers. I looked later on in the day, and there were a couple of hundred thousand. There were a couple hundred thousand. I'm looking right now, no, because it just showed up on the option scanner. Just showed up. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers, so they've been snapped up again. Guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, space, which I could not get earlier at the price I wanted, is continuing to move down. Too bad. And now there are no shorts available. Interactive brokers, there were shorts available earlier. This is what I'm talking about. Space, the alert was at 442, is at 421 right now, has room down to 4. Tried to get it earlier, but not, but I just couldn't get the fill I wanted. And now there are no shorts available. All right, ONC guys, ONCY, another new high briefly. Boy, look at Triple M guys, right at 100 net. Well, 107 cents. 100 plus 5 cents, 7 cents. Get tired of the cost, guys. KOS. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at Smith and Wesson SWBI off the VWAP. Yeah, 1307 off the VWAP. I'm just not feeling it today, guys. So on these, I mean, obviously the market is not helping. Any sort of bounces, not helping at all. But I've been chopped out of COS, AVDL, and OC, all on shorts. Did okay in the Smith and Wesson, okay in the Stan, and of course, my day was basically made because of PIK in the pre-market. Crazy move, crazy move. Posted it in the after I'd opened the room up. Not wasn't on my the mic yet, but posted. I don't know what time it was. You can look. Said this was popping. Got over a dollar. I was amazed I got over a dollar. And then when it went down under a dollar, or right to a dollar, I thought, okay, that's it. It's just going to give it up completely. Went back up over a dollar. And so I said, well, just take some, put your stop at a dollar. And man, it ran. What did it get up to before it pulled? Well, on that one candle, before it pulled back at all, it got up to $1.72. So, okay, interesting. Wow, that's terrible. Just give me a moment. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Talking internally. Thanks so much again. Yeah, thanks again, Pepe, as always. Yeah, look at AI, guys. Another new low. Boy, this is really, it's all, I guess it was at Kerrisdale or Hindenburg. I don't think it was Hindenburg, but whoever started this whole short selling on them, they're probably a little happier. Yeah, the Aussie is a really, I mean, look at what they're trying to do also. There's a lot to do with pancreatic cancer, etc. So Canaccord puts a $5 price target on them. Okay, come on, you should have put about a 10. Anybody else piling into them? I'm not talking about traders. I'm talking about brokerage firms getting on board with putting some lofty price targets on ONCY, ONCY. A lot of volume too, guys. The volume is still steady. Look at the volume. Actually, that volume bar right there is the biggest one of the day at 11 o'clock. And the next one is probably going to be the second one. Yeah, it still has 6 minutes to close. So a lot of enthusiasm still for the ONCY. Not a shortable stock. So that's why it's not showing up. Sorry, not an optionable stock. That's why it's not showing up on my option scanner. So look at AI, another new low and moving down. Hut, well, another crypto play. I know Hut was pretty active with the rest of the crypto plays. Yeah, I mean, look at the week it had last week, great week this week. I mean, look, it's got room. I mean, 369 is the next high looking left. So, I mean, if you think crypto is just going to keep moving, yeah, I mean, it's probably got as good a chance as any to have a good move if you think crypto is going to keep moving. And when I say crypto, I talk Bitcoin, just lumping it all together. Yeah, cost did look pretty good, didn't it? I mean, But I will be, what I've seen from the option scanner is that the long ones seem to be, no matter what the market, seem to be better than the short ones. And that's on a very, very, not a huge sample size at all. And I have no explanation for that. Well, you've got to, I mean, the only reason HUD is going though is because the crypto market is on fire. Okay, that's the only reason. So if all of a sudden Bitcoin tanks, I almost guarantee HUD will do the same thing, along with Mara. And look how choppy this meds is. Oh my goodness. Choppy, when I say choppy, I mean look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on a 15-minute chart. Normally when you have a 15, tends to smooth things out. This is what you normally see maybe on a 2-minute chart or certainly a 1-minute chart. Lots of up and down, big topping tails, bottoming tails. A 15-minute chart tends to smooth things out, but not even close. Well, I'm definitely interested in ONSI, guys, if it gets back up to those highs, because the news is pretty interesting. Well, I'm gonna stick an alert up here around the 333 mark and see if it gets back up there. 311 is the VWAP. ABCM. Oh no, I missed out on the ABCM. I was watching it. We had an alert at in the breakout right here at 2268, but there was a 1041. It's not quite an hour ago, and I was watching it and it was doing nothing. So I thought, okay, we'll just forget about it. Look at it now, 2313 on the high. And this is not quite a lifetime high. What do they do? Okay, so obviously a bio, yes. Not a, and you know what? I mean, it's not a low float. That's a big, big float for a 14% move. Quarter of a billion in the float for a 14% move. Must have had some news. Ah, I see. They're looking to sell themselves. They're exploring, excuse me, strategic alternatives. So they might be looking. They're trying to maximize shareholder value, including a potential sale of the company. Okay, so that's what this one is all about. Ah, okay. You've been talking great, Scott, in our YouTube room, talking about NVIDIA. So again, this is one of these ones in which if you don't want to go to the actual like the stock itself and short it, you can buy NVDS. It's kind of like the Tesla, the TSLS. Okay, not saying to do it, and that would obviously not been the play for many, 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 many weeks and months. But if you think that NVIDIA, let's take a look at NVIDIA, the stock. So it's down a little. I mean, it's down 2%. We're not talking about a huge drop or anything, but it is down 2%. Key level, key level for it to try to hold. So if you were going to buy that other one in order to short it, I'd be watching this 420 level like a hawk. If it takes out 420 and it's got room down to 40 404 or so. This is the long version of that. So you can see how well it has performed from the day of its earnings, I guess. $52 pops up to 90, 89 or so. So, on a percentage basis, obviously this performed better than the actual stock. And that's why it's a one and a half times. Yeah, you're mentioning that insiders have been selling Nvidia. I really don't. I mean, unless it's a mass exodus with a huge amount of shares, etc. I don't begrudge anybody. If you've been holding shares in a company and it has a pop like that, I mean, I don't begrudge anybody from selling. And there are all sorts of reasons for people selling. Maybe they got a kid going to school, college, they want to buy a house. There's all sorts of reasons for selling. Doesn't necessarily mean they're sour on the company, but to me, I look more at the insider buying more than the insider selling, unless it's mass, okay, a mass exodus. But that's just me. Yeah, because if you're going to be buying, typically there's I do understand that there are some. I guess with a lot of companies, there are some planned buys every quarter. But when you see a director buying or some insider buying, you think, okay, well, they're putting their faith behind the company, or they're putting their money where their mouth is. But selling, I'm not as influenced. Now, that's just me. Triple M really holding 100, guys. So, you know, one of two things is going to happen, PJ, and it is not going to stay there. It's gone mildly negative now. Okay, so Aussie is, hanging around here. I'm definitely interested in this one. ONCY. Definitely interested in this one. Sort of pausing here a bit. There's that VWAP 312, obviously a critical level for it to try to hold. Volume, look at that volume bar right there. I mean, that's the biggest one of the day, which is unusual. Normally the biggest one of the day, if you look at most stocks, the biggest volume bar of the day usually is the first 15-minute candle. But that's not even close. I mean, the volume has just been picking up and up and up and up. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Okay, critical area now for ONSI. There's that VWAP. Okay, there's the VWAP at 312. So it's just a little bit below. So be careful if you're in this one. Okay, be careful if you're in this one. It's trying to breach that VWAP. That's a big, big candle down now. It could be just a lot of profit taking, of course, but be careful. All right, guys. So on the ONSI, all I'm going to do is this. I have a price alert set. Probably, well, not probably. I'm going to set an alert for around 328. See if it happens later on in the day. Okay. Well, look at Mara, guys. Mara is on the move here. Free. What is free doing? Not interested. Coming into the 200-day moving average, so not interested. How much attention should you pay to stock composite rating before buying, Peter? Well, okay. I mean, it depends. You're talking about taking a look at a stock composite of like a high. Are you talking about intraday trading, Peter, or long term? Intraday doesn't really matter, but if you're talking more long term, obviously it could matter. Because I mean, intraday, it doesn't make any difference at all. I mean, it might give you a little bit more satisfaction or confidence if it has a strong composite rating and the stock's moving higher, I suppose. But intraday, it really doesn't make that much difference because you can take a look at a stock with like a horrible, something that's been beaten up and all of a sudden it's having a great day, could have a horrible composite rating. So, oh, guys, Triple M giving up 100 now. Doesn't trade options. So that's one thing. So it doesn't is not optionable, Auntie. Okay, no option. At least there's none today, which usually means it doesn't. If this stock traded options, it would have had an option explosion. So obviously, this stock is not optionable. But it's profit taking. I mean, it's gone from. Remember, this was at 189 2 days ago, and it got up to 340. So the people down here probably sold some here. The people got in yesterday who may have held. They probably, I mean, I can't pinpoint why it's not like there's negative news that it's hit all of a sudden. But, ultimately what happens is once the selling starts, I mean, people get a little nervous and selling begets selling, but it's nothing to do with options. Now, it could come back. That's why I have an alert set back up here in the 327 level. See if it gets back up to the high of the day and has a bit of a run at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, look at yeah, again, guys, I'm just seeing too many things as chopping around. I mean, I'm looking at the overstock. I'm sort of repeating myself here, but the overstock and the AVDL, um, two that I had a lot of a lot of faith in. I really thought those things would really collapse, and didn't do it. I had some profit in both of them, but even Root. I mean, look at Root. I mean, there's just a lot of bounces here now for some of these beaten up ones. And it is Andy. So Andy has, it'll be Andy in our YouTube room in about 12 minutes from now when I take my break between 12 and 1. Okay, guys, I'm really watching this one now. This is way outside the price range I would normally take a look at, but this MMM, I'm watching it. Probably would have to take out 99.62. Okay, there is the next low looking left on the daily chart for me to get really interested in shorting it, because if it does that, even then 98.18. I mean, it's on a percentage basis, it doesn't have a long ways to go, but I'm intrigued now that it's taken out 100. Oh, good luck, Poe. If anybody's owed a bounce, it's you. All right, guys, what I'll do now is put the YouTube link in. I'll be taking my, say, about taking my break in about 10 minutes. Andy will be there. Yeah, I mean, listen, wish Poe the best. What I'm actually, I should actually put on, I typed in Poe. Well, you should be a stock. Okay, typing in ONSI. And what I really should do is put an alert around the VWAP. So I'm going to put an alert around 308. I mean, that VWAP changes, of course. Right now it's at 309. That VWAP will change. Yeah, Triple M picking up speed. But Mara, that was the one, guys. I mean, Mara had just a tremendous run from almost nonstop. I see one little red candle there in the 15-minute. And we have a resumption. I haven't been following this one. SHPW has been halted, resumed a few times. Or look at Mara, guys. Go Mara, Mara, Mara. Pepe, I got an answer from our techs, developers. They said they installed 4.6.35. It's working. They said if the user is experiencing issues with the bid ask, most likely the market data service stopped working and can be verified by opening the performance monitor. Now the user can try to reset the connection, which we tried, to see if this will restart the market data service. How's that? ABCM is up because they are looking to potentially sell themselves. I'll just put that in the question section, Pepe. This is the answer. This is what they said. What do you make of what one of the developers said? What do you make of what he said there? The market data service stopped working. So when you open the performance monitor, I've never, what I don't even know what to look at here as far as okay, market data subscription messages. I don't know. And he tried, and you've obviously done a reset, and it doesn't work. Interesting. Look at triple M. Yeah, I don't know what to say, Pepe. I mean, they say they tried. This is what they said. This is the developer. They tried 3.5 and it's working. They get a little protective sometimes. The production version, but it's the production version. When you say it wasn't released, it's the production version on our website, isn't it? When you say it wasn't released, because this is what he had. Ah, 0.36. Okay, so I'm just wondering if that's just a misprint on his part. Andrew, I hear you. I hear you.
Mr. Barry, how are you?
Yeah, frustrated a little.
Yeah.
Just a little frustrated. I shouldn't be. Okay, first of all, let me put my announcement in the other room, okay?
Okay.
That I'll be taking my break. Okay, guys, Andy is in the other room, and I'll put the YouTube link in. Can you go to one, Andy, or do you have to
Oh
take off
yeah, no
earlier?
problem.
All
No
right,
problem at all.
1 p.m. ET.
Yep.
Okay. Let me just put in the YouTube link so they can head over and listen to you.
Uh-oh. It's weird, Barry. Everything was doing fine until I started. Oh man, did coin
What was
ever
doing
do anything?
fine?
My charts until I started doing the uh gosh dang, I was in that coin earlier and it got me out. Ah,
Just a minute. I gotta stop my music so I can really hear you. No, Ital Trader, I haven't changed anything. I've been on SHPW for a while. I'll change. I just haven't clicked on another symbol for a while. That's all. Okay. Okay, guys, muting myself now in the main room, muting myself in the Discord room with our two people. Andy,
Barry, have a good one, buddy. Have a good break.
yeah, I will. I will. I did okay on the pick. Luckily, the pick and the pre-market made my day, but the
Yeah.
PIK, but everything else has been very, for me anyway, very choppy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty sloppy. I was telling well, you're in there in the traders thread that it's starting to feel like one of those funks for swing trading.
Mm,
I had a nice run, for about a month, but the last few days I'm going like, you know what? It's probably time to pull back. It's getting tough and sloppy right now.
yeah, and well, that's the thing, the sloppiness of it. I mean, yesterday for me and the things that I looked at had some great trends. Today, other than the Smith and Wesson, the SWBI, which was an earnings play, which worked out really well from my option scanner, the rest of them had just kind of move up and then move down, move up, move down, and just really no big trend. Anyway,
Yeah. Yep.
I I will take my leave, and we'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry. Have a good one, buddy.
You too. Bye bye.
Hey, Mike C. How are you, man? All right. This is the support webinar, guys. If anybody has any questions about the software, this is the place to ask. Or seems like Fridays, we don't get as too many uh, software questions. It's mostly trading, and market has been resilient, but boy, it's sloppy. And taking a look at the spies here, maybe we dig in, but uh, just kind of marching down here. Looks like we might want to test this 430 level again, and that's I mentioned that a while back. That would be an area of support, and then also your 20 period moving average. Maybe we get there, maybe we don't, but uh, nonetheless, it's kind of tough. There goes beat. I'm in this beat. Been in it for a while, jumping in and out. I actually just sold some that I bought yesterday at 432. Let me go ahead and sell half of that in my my paper trading account, in which I follow my stocks. But yeah, yeah, slow Friday, gap down, slop around. But I tell you what, it's been tough to short it too, you know. So and not that I try to short that much, but I put on a hedge every night. And it just seems like it's always hard to manage that hedge because it looks like we're gonna sell off and then the buyers step in and but I got stopped out of my hedge the day before yesterday. And so now I just got some positions. Peter, the 50-day crossing over the 200, I guess that's is that the golden cross? Is that what that is? Yeah, it can be. I don't pay much attention to that because really I'm more of a shorter term swing trader. And I mean, I like when I see it if I'm in a stock, but I won't use that for a reason to get in a stock. If that makes sense. Let me pull over my just in case I need to execute a trade here and there. All right, but yeah, some of my best trades have just been buying levels, waiting on big pullbacks. Something. Let's see. What did I do today? I bought some Neo when it came down here. Got slammed down to these two moving averages. Bought some of that. I don't know if it turns around and breaks down through it. I'll get out, but that's the kind of trading I'll start doing in this sloppy market. I'm interested in some AMD, but 'cause on that gap fill, but I think it may want to, test this 50-day. So I'm not one I'm eyeballing for an entry, but I just feels like it may want to go and test that, which would be the bottom of this kind of range over here, which some people would call that support as well. So just kind of give you an idea of what I'm looking at these days. I'm not chasing by no means. Area of support that I'm watching is this RIVN. If it, can hold this level down here, it looks like it's trying to, but I'm in PayPal and basically flat on that one. I bought that. Yeah, you can see 67.63 in that PayPal. It's coming back, but didn't like that move this morning. That's reason I bought it because it's been showing relative strength lately. Zillow as well, but Zillow fell apart on me today a little bit, and I'm about to stop out of that one. Don't It was showing some relative strength, but now it looks like it might want to come down and test these moving averages. So close to getting stopped out on that one. They may have just got me. I don't know. W Wayfair worth watching, huh? Let's take a look. Yes, that is definitely strong. Uh, you know, the way this market is right now, I mean, that obviously is very strong and can keep on going, but I would rather catch it on a pullback to this moving average. Uh, but can't argue with that. Just not my style in this type of market. Wow, beat. And the beat goes on. Maybe I shouldn't have sold half. But you can see what I was doing. I sold it right at this thought this 10 period moving average will catch it, so I sold it at 259 there. One that fooled me this morning that I'm a little underwater in is this IONQ. I actually bought some yesterday on the bar reversal, and then I bought some in after hours because I thought that was really good news. Then I bought some on a pullback to this uh anyway, then I bought some in another account for like a day trading once it broke above anyway. So I'm pretty leveraged in this one right here, and uh, we'll see what happens. But I do have a stop in a big chunk at 923. I just feel like it was trying to shake the trees on this move right here. We'll see. But you got to draw the line somewhere. Yeah, yeah, it does have some neurotic moves. Now, I don't think this kind. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Trader 77. But this is an AI play, isn't it? Quantum computer. But I think what you're seeing in the AI sector today, AI is getting hit pretty hard. That's weird. Yeah, today. So we can get a bounce, but I really thought that news would. I'm not giving up on it. I see this kind of stuff all the time. Where they'll sit there and just shake, 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 and next thing you know, you get stopped out and you turn around, this thing's back over 10 again. And remember, I'm a swing trader, so I'm not. And if I was a day trader, I would gotten out quick. Yeah, I remember the last time I was in AIXI. This is probably one of my biggest losers of the year. Okay, there's something that I've had perfect, and this is a brand new dev version that I'm using. Just put it out last night, and I wasn't having any problems at all until I started StreamYard, and now it's giving me issues. So there is something that StreamYard. I hope Barry's listening because it's causing issues. I'm gonna tell this guy. There you go, trader. Yeah. I remember those days. Ah, this is an investment. Well, it can get you in trouble though, but I'm pretty good on the stops. I've never been a problem, letting something go if it's not working. But yes, I can remember those days. A lot of day traders, they would be a day trader until they got married to a stock. I love to see a nice reversal on this thing with volume. That's what I'd like to see. But it is Friday and we're getting into the afternoon. All right, guys, I am going to have to cut these off until I shut down StreamYard. See if that helps. Yes, it does. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to set alert close to today's high on this AMD, and maybe come Monday morning, that thing will trigger. Because if we do get the gap fill and it doesn't want the 50, that's a nice place to take a position, a break above the prior day's high, especially after, well, I guess, yeah, basically, let's just call it one, two, three, basically a week of red candles. Beat came back, so now I'm happy. I'd sold half. It's pretty nasty. Let me reset this alarm here. This alert, I should say. All right, take a look around the SPY is at highs. Qs are at highs. Let me make sure, go over here, that I didn't get stopped out too much. Okay, didn't get me in shop, didn't get me in PayPal. What the Tesla doing? Tesla's not doing much today. Hold on, I got to get into this other account here. The old Merrill Lynch account. Yeah, I bought a little bit of that. Now this is going to be one where this is one I'm just playing on support, that RIVN. Bought some at 1370. Easy stop for me, because if it does not hold this low, you can see all the wicks down here. So I know it's below key moving averages, probably breaking a lot of rules here, but this is one where I am playing support. Set me alert. If it does go to lows, this will be a quick out. PayPal on highs. Ooh, I almost got stopped out of that one. Been in this Lee for a long time, like back. Well, this is me jumping, selling some and adding back in, but I've been in this thing from basically around 28, 40 or 50. Where's my brokerage plus? There it is. Big boys aren't doing much. Tesla, yeah, Tesla needs a pullback. It got a hit ahead of itself, although it's close to, close being back to highs. You can see I had an alert. It must have went off in after hours or something. Let me reset that. I'd love to see this thing gap fill right there. Uh, Maybe give it a shot. Of course, I was in it back over here. Sold it way too early. It's funny. Yesterday we tried to gap down. This is something to keep an eye on, like when you're seeing big gap downs in the market, and you can see Apple just ripped right at the open. Microsoft just ripped right at the open. Amazon just ripped. And holding up today. Not ripping, but holding up. As long as these big boys, obviously the Qs are going to have a hard time going down, as long as your, Microsofts and Amazons and Apples and all that's holding up, because we know they have about, like, four of them have about 50% of the allocation. Like in the way the shop's setting up, I've been trading this well, but it looks like this is kind of nice there. Yeah, if it takes out, say, this level, I'll add to my position. There's a bottom fishing for you. All right. Market still holding up here. See, I built a little uh, alert for somebody yesterday. So go ahead and show you guys. So this is always a good practice. So she came to me and wanting to know, they want to see a stock that's in an uptrend on the daily and selling off like at least 3 days in a row, right? But one of the daily RSI below 30. And logic just told me if a stock's in an uptrend, which I just used, it has to be above its uh, 50-day moving average. Okay, we know if it's above its 50-day moving average, it should be in an uptrend over the last 50 days, right? So what I did is I created she wanted stocks over 100. Wasn't getting a whole lot, so I put over 50. We can actually bring this down to maybe 20 or even 10 if you wanted to. Let's just put it on $10 and see what happens. But I sent back her an email and I explained to her. I said, "Listen, if a stock's in an uptrend, right, it's going to be very difficult for it to be extremely oversold on the daily RSI." So what I did, I told her, I said, "Let's put 50 in as a max." Okay, so we at least know it's nowhere near overbought, and more than likely it's pulling back. Since it's down 3 days in a row, we had a very strong stock that's pulling back. And what we'll use in here now, she wanted a market cap of at least 2 billion. And what I did is I used a new low for this. So let's just take a look at some of these charts. There were some really nice ones yesterday. So let me see if they're still working. Go to history and go to today. And let's just go back to the beginning. There AMD's on there, right? That's good. That's what you want to see. You want to see stocks that are, in an uptrend, but are pulling back. So we got AMD. Now this would be for, I guess you could use it for day trading, but it would be for me more for swing trading. Let's take a look. There's a nice one right at its 50-day moving average. Now, I say it's in an uptrend. It just has to be in an uptrend basically over the last 50 days. You can see this one's still below its 10 and 20, which a lot of them are going to be actually. Actually, most of them will be. CGNX. So maybe a way to, look for stocks that are pulling back, hitting a new low, but still above their 50-day moving average. I actually bought the gap fill on this one yesterday, but let me make sure I got stopped out of that. I'm pretty sure I did. I had it pretty tight this morning. I didn't trust this market. Yep, I got stopped out of that one. Let's take a look at some more here. 3M. Yeah, that's kind of nasty. It's going to look at the prior 3 days. So you may be seeing this one this morning. You just have to bypass that. I like the fact that AMD's on there. CGNX. We looked at that one already. Snap-on, Synopsis, F5. So if you're looking above, I mean, if you're looking in this market where it gets kind of waffly and very sloppy, and you're not sure, this may be a good strategy to find stocks that are in an uptrend but have sold off. And this is where you can look for key levels to where you can, jump in. Like we do have a gap fill on AMD. I feel like it's a guess right now. If the market keeps going, there's a good chance it's going to go. But maybe we get it down here this is where you can kind of just use your trading experience and decide if and when you want to get in. IBM, maybe if it comes down here and tags the 50, you can just put price alerts. Uh, so anyway, I will share this with you guys. Let's put it back on real time for anybody who might want it. Oh, share, copy all. Yep, here you go. Yeah, yeah. The 50. I'm not big on the 200 day. I do like the 50. A lot of people will quantify if a stock is in an uptrend or downtrend based on the 50 moving average. So yeah, it's nice to have them uh, stocks above those 50-day moving average. Yeah, yeah, that IO and Q, I'm afraid I'm just gonna have to. It looks like it just might want to slop around and close. The nice volume this morning, and then it just died off. Uh, but not giving up hope. All these stupid price alerts I have. This thing. Yeah, I would really love for it to see and close above that 10 and 20. That would be really sweet, but it's not wanting to play ball at all. So I bought some Boyle yesterday, and okay, that's good. That's a good sign. Anyway, I bought it 320. It was back when it was trading in the $3 range. So pisses me off. Well, I'm not too upset now because it's working for me, but I love the way they looked. I mean, it looked like it was finally bottoming to me. I like because what you saw, recently, it would have a move and then break down really quick, had a move here, broke down really quick, and then you had a break and it came down and defended this all these moving averages. And so I bought it yesterday. I think the price would be on this chart would be around 65.75. But I had no idea they're doing a 21 reverse split. So I'm glad it's going up because my stupid Merrill Lynch account has me locked out of it until they adjust everything. And it's like, well, gosh, what are you supposed to do? What if this thing opens and just gets killed? Can't even, I guess I could make a call, but who wants to do that? Anyway, feels like it's finally maybe trying to turn the corner. I say that with a lot of hope in my voice. Boy, Neo. Yeah, it's actually that's uh uh my wife's 401k. And I don't have that much of a problem with it. It's free commission, no commissions, and yeah, but if I were actively trading, back like in my day trading days or something like that, I would be with them. That's for sure. But it's an easy execution platform and it's free. So I was gonna nibble on some of this the other day. Feels like it may be ready for another move. Only thing, this you're gonna hear a nightmare of a story. So UCAR, it had this big move, back when it first opened up. Then it came down, and I'm saying, you know what? I told myself this thing is probably going to have another move. They usually do, like a secondary, not maybe not that quite big, but you're going to have people anticipating and looking for something like that. You can jump in. Anyway, I sat in this thing for probably 2 weeks. Uh, around I can't remember, average price was like 385 or something. I don't know what it was. And finally, like I just gave up on it. I got stopped out. I just don't never hardly just ever give up on a stock. I'll put a stop in there. And sure enough, I got stopped out. And then 2 days later, bam, thing traded all the way up to $12. I was sick because I had some pretty good size too. Looking like it may want to put alert up here just in case it. I'd like to see these things early. Anyway, I wouldn't be surprised to see that BAOS have another move at some point. It's had a couple of them already. And went to 15. You're right. You're right. It did go to 15. I was sick. And of course, I actually could have bought it that morning, but it's hard to do. When you're in something at a certain price, like your average price, like 385, and it's like, I don't want to chase it at $7 now. Should have. All right, market's pulling back a little bit. I would not be surprised to see a spinning top or a doji today. We are below our 10 period moving average in the spies. Right at it in the Qs, man. But yeah, I can see us basically kind of closing like it looks right now. Smith and Wesson holding up very well. Yeah, I see AI getting hit pretty good today, down 10, almost 11%. Sound, Soundhound also. So yeah, I think that's weighing on the IO and Q. See, Node is up on the day, barely. SAI is up on the day. A little interesting volume bar there. And I got this IZM. I'm not sure. I got it in my AI list. I'm not sure if it is an AI. I guess everybody would just throw an AI in their description these days. MBOT. Qs don't want to pull back. Interesting. Little float. Oh, onion. I hadn't seen you in a while. You're starting to raise your head again. Put alert here just so I won't forget about it. What's Carvana doing these days? Siri. All right. Q's finally look like they're getting a little bit tired. It's funny. I was telling the boys back when the Tesla was over here trading around 165. It's like, man, I live in Frisco, just about 30 minutes north of Dallas. It's just growing so big out here, man. It's just incredible. But man, everywhere you look, every other car is a Tesla. I was like, guys, man, I got to buy some Tesla. It's just crazy. It's like every other car, I'm serious. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. I did. I bought it and, made some decent money, but I think I sold it about 50 points ago and there was no excuse. That is I'm great with entries, but yeah, holding on to a little bit. I'll tell you a story. I got Meta at $90 way back over here. And there was a gap up You can probably see it right there, a little small gap up right there. And oh man, I'm like in heaven. And I held some of it for a while until it started going back over here and waffling and breaking moving averages. And of course, yeah, I bailed on all of it. 100 and like 70 points ago. Oh, a trader, really? Oh, wow. Cool. Yeah, I'm over here at not far from you at all. As a matter of fact, my daughter went to high school right off Legacy at LCA, and I'm at basically Main and Teal. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, for sure. Uh, yeah, it's crazy. I guess you know what the growth has been like out here. It was funny when me and my wife got married back in '94. We were this is before you moved to California, lived out there for like 25 years, and but before we left, we were looking out in Frisco. There's nothing but like farmland and just a few housing districts. Uh, Crazy. And then we moved to California, and we were coming back. Her and my daughter were going to look for places to live. She goes, Frisco is a nice area, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that place. Nice little, uh, out in the country. Quiet community, and gosh, when I got out here, I couldn't believe it. Crazy, man. Oh, you're in San Diego now, Trader? 77? Yeah, I definitely miss the weather, that's for sure. I don't miss the 14% state income tax. Oh yeah, yeah. See, I moved out there around 95, and yeah, I left about 7 years ago. Yes, I miss the housing. Of course, now in Frisco, it's crazy, man. They are seeing like California type growth. I mean, in their housing prices, it's just crazy. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna hit the bid. It's just gone crazy.
All right. Well, if you're not going to talk stock, I better take over, Andy. First of all, when you kept saying Frisco, I said, when the heck did you move back
Oh
to
yeah, I know what you.
California?
Yeah, a lot of people.
The minute you
Yeah,
said that.
yeah,
The other thing that caught my ear was Merrill Lynch. I didn't even know they were still around.
they're still around. The reason I'm saying,
Okay.
reason I moved it over there is, uh, my wife, she banks at Bank of America, and Bank of America bought Merrill Lynch out
Oh, I
years
see.
ago.
Way
So
back
yeah,
when. Okay.
it's real easy for me to like, move funds if we need to and things like that. So,
Okay.
uh, yeah, yeah. So, it's
De-
yeah, it's it's
Definitely
nothing
a blast
nothing
from the
fancy
past.
about it. When you have trade ideas, all I really need is a place to do executions. You probably do the same thing with IB, right? You just need a
Yep.
yep. You
I
don't
am
need
not,
all the
yeah,
tools.
I mean, well, people, some people get so, in my opinion anyway, get very hung up about I'm more function over form. Virtually everything I do. I'm not going to wear a pair of shoes because they look great if they don't feel great. Things like that. Okay. I'm not going to. So the same thing with
Right.
my broker. I don't care. I don't give a rip what IB looks like. I mean, it's not pretty. It looks like it's stuck in the DOS age, in
Yep.
the 1990s,
Yep.
but it executes well. It
Yep.
does. And I haven't changed a thing in 7 years since I've had it. That's all I care about. But I don't
Hmm.
know, people get really hung up. Look how crummy it looks, and these other ones are a lot prettier. You're right, absolutely right. But I mean, really, when it really comes down to it, what's more important, especially when you're trading? something
Right.
that, is gives you good fills,
Right.
is incredibly reliable. I haven't had one time where I've been booted out of, well, maybe once, and it was so long ago, out of IB for a freeze up or anything like that. I mean, I just find it incredibly reliable. So
Sure.
no, not the
Yep.
prettiest, but man, that's what you need in a brokerage platform for me
That's
anyway.
right, man. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and especially with me, I'm swing trading, and I just all I need is free commissions and an easy order entry, place
Yes.
and yeah, for the most part, they're reliable. They never really go down. So that's.
Hmm.
But I remember back in the day when I was a day trader, yeah, you needed all the tools and fast, execution and routes and things like that.
Hmm. People ask me, do I use hotkeys? No, I've never used hotkeys in my life. I'm not saying,
No.
people say, well, you should, or I wouldn't tell people they shouldn't, but I've just never found that it's been a big deal.
No, I'm the
Because
same
I'm
way.
not, yeah, I'm just not that upset. Well, first of all, I'll be honest, I'm not taking 10,000 shares of something.
Right.
Okay. I'm just not doing that. So I guess if I were taking 10,000 shares of a 2 cent stock, yeah, maybe I want hotkeys or something. I don't know, but I'm just not in position. It's just not my style of trading. So I have no problem just sort of manually executing everything. And,
Yeah,
you
point and
know,
click. Yeah, just
yeah,
yeah,
really, I
it's
don't get too hung up about that. So,
no,
but Jamie, I
no.
think probably because I know he takes bigger share sizes of these really cheap things. And so probably, I don't know, maybe he has to do hotkeys. I really don't know. I've never asked him.
Yeah, if you're scalping for pennies, I can see where routes and hotkeys are important. But if
Hmm.
if you're a pure day trader and you're looking, like looking for a 15-minute to a 3-hour move, I don't see the reason for it.
No,
No,
no, exactly,
no.
exactly. To
Hmm.
get hung up over missing a couple of pennies here and there shouldn't, as long as you're not in 10,000 shares of something.
Right. No,
My
exactly.
voice is going, Randy. I'm just feeling my voice is
Uh-oh.
starting to.
Oh
It's the end of
boy.
the week. It's
You
the
better
end of the
call it you
week.
better call it early today.
Yeah, well, like right now. Okay, bye everybody. Okay, I'll let you go though. I will
All
let you
right,
go.
Barry. Thank you, man. Appreciate
Thanks.
it. Everybody have a
Yep.
great weekend.
You too, Andy. Okay, bye
Bye-bye.
bye. All right, guys. Let me get my music going. All right, guys, back in the rooms. Let me get rid of the announcement. Yeah, so to answer your question, yeah, this is not a room. You're not in a room. First of all, you're not paying anybody like myself. I'm not a in theory, kind of tell you what to buy and sell. So that's not this sort of a room. What we do here is we have ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. And I'll talk about certain things. I'll say, well, I'm interested in taking a trade in this at this level, as an example. I'm talking any stock specifically, and if it meets your trading style or plan, then you might want to do it. If it doesn't, then you don't do it. The problem is if you're brand new to trading, you don't have a trading style probably, and you don't have a trading plan. So that's why I said what you should do, in my opinion, is take a look at that course, that Trading 101. I mean, if you're brand new to trading, you have to have some market, what's going on, like, understand, the overall market, maybe have the spy chart up to make sure you know what's happening with the overall market. But more importantly, being able to read candlestick patterns on charts. Okay. Look at like support and resistance. You'll hear me always talking about looking left on a chart, on a daily chart or a weekly chart, because I'm always looking to see how much room could a stock keep going before it hits that next high on a daily or a weekly chart, things like that. But that's my style of trading, and you really have to develop your own. I'm not saying you can't take mine and modify it, but there are all sorts of trading styles. Some will only want to take a trade on a pullback. Pull back to a certain moving average or the VWAP, maybe a term you're not familiar with, certain price level. So you've got to practice trading. So again, this is not a room which I'm going to say, okay, everybody should be in SWBI when it hits 341. Okay, no, I'm not a financial advisor, and got to be really careful. Also, what I do say. So, okay, so I'm not sure what your friend told you exactly. I mean, it's a great room. I mean, lots of great traders are in the room, and you can kind of follow along to see what they're talking about. And once you get used to, the concept of loading a chart and looking at the chart, you might start to see, I see what that guy's looking at. I can see on the chart what that person is looking at, and it either A makes sense to me or B it doesn't make sense. Again, all sorts of different trading styles. Having said all that, this is a very, very quiet day right now. Now, the market's had a nice, for me anyway. I mean, it's been other than the SWBI, which worked out very nicely for me early. And I am looking, I see what Real is talking about. I'm looking maybe to see if I can take out the high. The only issue I've got is that high over here on that weekly chart, which is not that far away, before 365 or so. Um, But other than that, yeah, I mean, the overstock and the AVDL, just chopped around. Even that stupid 3M, which I thought, okay, now that you've taken out 100, now that you've taken out 100, the moment, I thought maybe this would really get it going, maybe $2 or $3 down, but not even close. Not even close. Got down to 99.62, and that was it. Cut. What is L Cut doing? Lifetime Brands. Ugly daily chart, guys, very ugly. Had a nice 2 days, no question about it. Nice 2 day run, but now we're starting getting into these topping tails and bottoming tails. But you can certainly ask questions. We have a simulator here. I mean, you have to have a subscription to our standard service, and then we have a simulator here in which you can practice trading. I highly, highly recommend practice trading before you commit money to the market. Well, that was a bit of a that SWBI actually was almost set to take this one. It had that nice little pop to 1340. I was saying, okay, maybe it's going to get going. So it's pulled back a little bit. Key level for it to try to hold is certainly 1321 or definitely the VWAP if we're looking for a. Hmm. Many stocks became under $1 and need to change your preferences. Are you talking about your price range, Dora? I'm just I just don't look at stocks under $1, but that's not to say a person cannot do well with stocks under $1. This is something I am not doing. We do not offer, Tony, no one-on-one sessions, no. But I mean, you can, this room is like this, okay, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Okay. Also in the room you're in, the YouTube room, between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over from me, and you can ask questions there also. And that is Monday to Friday between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Another trader will take over for me. And then I'm in the room between 9 to 12, and then from 1 to 3:30. Okay. So there's no one-on-one, but you can certainly ask questions. Well, is TRUP worth watching because of the high short float percent interest? Well, first of all, I have a real peeve about this one. Pet peeve. So if you know, I am trying our charts out again, guys. They've been relatively snappy, but typing in symbols can be a bit of an issue so far. But anyway, so if you follow the news yesterday with TRUP, what they said was that California had rejected their price increase. Okay. And that caused the stock to absolutely crater. And then it recovered a little bit towards the end of the day. But at these levels down here, this was an all time low. And then today, miraculously, they say, hey, guess what? California and New York have agreed to our price increases. So this is a stock that is, I don't even know what to say, why they would come out with news like that yesterday. Almost like, okay, let's jam it down. We will buy all the stock down here because we know tomorrow California is going to say, "Hey, we were just kidding." I mean, I'm not, I'm trying to be a little flippant here, but it's really you're really a mind boggler on that one. Again, if you don't, this is what I'm talking about right here. If you look at the news from yesterday on TRUP, I wonder if they've taken it off. You know what? They may have. They have taken that news off. It was here this morning. The news about California rejecting their price increase. And now today, both New York and California have accepted their price increase. So they've taken that news off or something. Unless I can't see it. No, it's gone. Anyway, I mean, they're worth watching if you think, I mean, it's a high short flow percent. I mean, if you think this is going to rocket, yeah, but I can't tell you it's going to, obviously. Okay, guys, there's the SWBI. Right at the highs now. The next level, if possible, would be 1366. And that is the next high looking left on the weekly. So you see what I'm saying, Christine? I mean, I don't, who knows? Maybe on Monday they say, hey, you know what? California and New York have reconsidered. I mean, I have no idea. But that is just a terrible, in my opinion, because, imagine if you were a shareholder of TRUP yesterday and you get hit with that news and you just dump it all, and then the news comes in, hey, actually we're going to allow those price increases. Volume is coming in a little bit to the Smith and Wesson SWBI. Be great. What time is it right now? 1:10. So this candle has another 5 minutes to close. A little less than 5 minutes to close. Be great if it surpassed that candle right there. Get more volume coming in, get the enthusiasm in a big way. All right, guys, let's see what else is happening. See, Mara had the pullback and now it's starting to move again. Again, Bitcoin, obviously, huge in the news right now. So the SEC is, I mean, this is not new. We saw this earlier, but the SEC has allowed for the launch of the first leveraged Bitcoin futures ETF in the United States. What's the market? So the Nas is still down a little. Dow's down. SPY is down, but it's had a recovery. I mean, remember the SPY was down quite. The market was down quite a bit early, so it's had a little bit of a recovery. Had that 1 hour and 15 minutes, and then 45 minutes down, and now we're on another little surge. Where's that PJ? I'm interested, in this again, this Tesla, TSLL. All right, guys, this is the biggest, I don't know, call it a bug, but it's just kind of not as responsive as I'd like it to be when you type a symbol in. Boy, oh boy, if this takes out this high of yesterday, 1778. Again, this is, you can buy this if you want to go long Tesla, you can buy this instead of having to go out and buy Tesla, the shares. This is linked, of course. It's the 1.5 times bull for Tesla. And as far as I can see, there's no big decay, even though it is one of these, an ETF of sorts. So there's no big decay. I did hold this one overnight couple of days ago, and it traded just like the stock. So no, that's only one night. So I don't. I was saying this to who was it yesterday in the room? Jamie in our YouTube room. The fact that we're not in earnings season, but we do have a few earnings plays. Sometimes that can work to our advantage because there are traders out there, of course, who just really like to concentrate on earnings plays. And so consequently, when we don't have too many, there are more eyeballs on just very few. SBWI, SWI is an earnings play today. So I would say this is that if SWBI, if Smith and Wesson were releasing earnings when earnings season is out, when we've got maybe 1,000 companies in a week releasing earnings. I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't do this well, but I'll bet it would not have the same following. All right, guys, let's see. AI trying to have a bit of a comeback here. Now, this 50-cent mark may stall it a bit for SWBI, but I'd be more concerned about this over here, right here, this 1366, the high right there on that weekly chart. This is back in when is it? Last September. Okay, so pick. There's the VWAP, yeah. So it's way underneath the VWAP. I was wondering maybe if pick could have another bit of a day. This was basically my day was done in the pre-market, guys. Pick PIK. Notice his pop. So my only scan that actually has stocks under $1 is my pre-market ones. And we saw this one starting to move. Got over $1, came back down just underneath $1, and then started to move again. And some kind of a deal with Disney. And that's a collaboration with Disney involving the release of world's best Disney movie. Aha, okay. CONL. That's what you're. So they've got one for that also. What Ori is saying is that if you don't want to buy coin, I mean, I don't know where coin is. The price of coin is up, not that expensive, but it's at $61. But if you wanted to buy this as an ETF with a one and a half times, so it'll move one and a half times, and it's cheaper. You could buy this, and I'm sure. Yeah. Now, did they do it, Ori? Did they go cons? Is CONS the short version? No, they didn't. I would not have picked that as a symbol. So you can only go long. Now, did they create a short one though for coin? Well, look at so look at CONL. It's up 10%. Let's take a look at coin. And coin is up 6.8%. So you can kind of see that, CONL is approximately 1.5 times that. All to do with Bitcoin, guys, or crypto, call it the crypto sector. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:21. I'm going to do my video now. Won't take me too long. Let's see, 122. So say 132. It should not take that long, but just in case. All right, guys, I'm back. And great call by Real, by the way, obviously, to refocus us on the Smith and Wesson SWBI. I think he called it around the 1320 mark. He said that this could go higher. So again, just be aware of that 1366, guys. That 1366. My computer is just give me a moment, please. I want to see what's happening. What resource is going crazy? Yeah, TI Pro at 50%. A lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm streaming, but some days it's just worse than others. Anyway, but listen, I mean, if this does take out 1366, I mean, then the next high is up here. I think it's around. Okay, you know what? Just give me one moment. All right, so the next high, if it does get through 1366, I think it's 1388, 1389. After that, you're talking 15. Now, again, we're not saying it's getting there, of course, but too bad. I was kind of hoping that ONSI would take out that VWAP again and really rip into the close. I mean, it still might, but doesn't look good now. Take a look at ONSI. My charts have slowed down. Yeah, take a look at ONSI here, guys. I mean, there's the VWAP at 307. And look, if it gives up 285, I think that could be it for the day for sure. Too bad. I was really, this could have, had this gone, well, first of all, taken out the VWAP and got up near the highs of the day. I really think that could have ripped higher going into the close just because of the news. So Trevor, so a question in our YouTube room, how to find stocks that are down 50% from their all-time highs. So you mean at least 50%, right? There's a simple filter we have to do that. But you're talking about to find stocks that are down, do they have to be down like just at 50% or at least 50%? Trevor, can you hear me? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Well, you'll have to define what junky stocks are, okay? I mean, that maybe you want a minimum market cap or something. I mean, I'm not going to be able to tell you what a like your idea of a junky stock might be different from mine, okay? But anyway, this is what you can use, okay? So I would probably use a top list window, but this is the filter that you want. So I'm going to right click on the alert window. It doesn't matter. I just want to show you the filter. Okay, so if I right click, and now I'm going to do a search and I'm going to type in lifetime. Okay, position and lifetime range. Okay, position and lifetime range. So if you add the filter, let's say you wanted to see if you wanted to see just stocks at the 50%, you could do something like minimum of 45, maximum of 55, something like that. So it'll be right in between. Otherwise, if you let's just see what happens when you type in 50. So you can see no more than 50% above that range. Okay, so the position and lifetime range, if you put 50 as a max, that'll mean stocks are no more, they're halfway. They can't be more than halfway. They'll be up to halfway and lower. Okay? Now after that, when you say I don't want to see junky stocks, well, then it's up to you. You'll have to maybe want to put a market cap in or a price range, but that'll be up to you because junky is not a technical term. But you might want to put a price range of I don't know, 10 to a 200, 50 to 200. I mean, it's up to you. And then maybe put a market cap in, maybe put a minimum float in. All that makes sense? But there's where you're going to start though, the position and lifetime range. And if you put 50 in on the max, then every stock you see will be 50 and less on a percentage basis. Okay? Okay, good. And you can either use you can use a top list window. And what I would do maybe is use a top list window and then have that as a column, the position and lifetime range as a column, and then you can sort on it. So you'll see the ones that are just maybe at 50%, and you sort on a way in which you'll see the ones that are right at 50 all the way down to some of them could be almost zero. I mean, that's when you'll hear me say, there was look at Lucid as an example. Lucid is at the low, is a lifetime low right now. Hey guys, be careful on the SWBI now, okay? I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to take out that 1366, but there's a little bit of a pullback now. If you could see my single stock window, you can see one of the filters I have, the position and lifetime range. So when you see red, 16.8%, anything under 50% will be in red, as an example. Well, that'll tell you the percentage or where it is in its lifetime range. You want 50% in the max if you want things that are no more than 50%. Okay, no more than 50%. So it'll basically show you stocks that are at the lifetime low from zero, we'll call it zero, up to 50% if you put it in the max. Putting it in the min means the stock has to be at least, from 50% to a lifetime high. So the max is at 50 is no more than 50%. Okay, makes sense? Well, I don't want to hear I think so. You have to I'm just sort of kidding, right? I mean, think about what max means. You want it to be a maximum of 50% in the lifetime range, a maximum or less. If I put 50% in the min, that would mean it would have to be a minimum of 50% in the range, all the way up to maybe 100%. I'll pay up to a maximum of $100 for this. That means I could pay from 0 to 100, right? A max. So the same thing with that filter, a maximum of 50%, anywhere from 0 to 50. Okay, guys, let's see what's happening. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm not really seeing too much right now. As somebody said, short week, Friday afternoon, second day of summer, second or third day of summer. But that's no excuse. I mean, yesterday was a great day, I thought anyway. Had a lot of stocks that were, that I saw anyway, that were trending nicely. I mean, even the SWBI, I mean, it's not been easy. But remember yesterday when we had CMC, look how beautiful that was. Look how beautiful this was on a 15-minute chart, from 11 o'clock on. It was basing here, and then from 11 o'clock on, it had the pop, it had a little base, another pop, and just kept, kind of inching its way up without any giant red candles to get you out of the trade. It was really, really nice. And that was an earnings play yesterday. Okay, guys, I'm going to try something here. I'm just trying to see if my computer is doing it because of our charts. Just give me a moment. Okay, this is my test. Hey guys, how did that cost end up doing KOS? Super disappointed in that one. Yeah, what you're talking about, we trade. Does this even trade anymore? I guess it does. Yeah, so that's at a lifetime low. I mean, I don't know what's happening with this. Remember, this stock was never $8,000, okay? Yeah, 934. It was never. It's just because it's done a bunch of reverse splits. So that would be if they hadn't done a bunch of reverse splits, you know, that's in relation to that would be $8.86, and the high would have been $9,354. So you have, because if we don't have if you cannot see what the price was, you know, without the reverse splits in there, people may get seduced and thinking, oh, it's not a bad stock. I mean, I'm not saying this is bad trade, but understand what happened in the past. Many, many, many reverse splits. I mean, and look at that, 335,000 in the float. So there's an example, Trevor. You said no garbage stocks. You don't want to have this one. Look at the float. I would put, maybe, if you don't want to see garbage stocks in your term, maybe use 50 million in the float, 50. That's not crazy low or not crazy high, but that'll probably get rid of most of what you would call garbage stocks. And I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Guys, I'll probably shut down around 3. I know I usually go to about 3:20, but I'll probably shut down around 3 today, unless something really extraordinary happens. But I'll always stick around. So it's a good opportunity to ask me questions if you have any. Yeah, so I can see the question is, I'm looking for something more like Riley, RILY. So on a weekly trend, sure, sure, it's still below 50%. Not a lot of volume on this one though, for 63,000 shares. So it's another low float. So I'm not going to call this garbage, but I mean, it's certainly a low float. But I guess what happens, Trevor, if you've created your top list, just, you can just cycle through, what you're seeing and load the charts, and you might see, I mean, if this is what you like, well, at least it's identified it from that top list. Now, the only other earnings play that I can recall was that CarMax, KMX. I can't really see that it did anything. Maybe wrong. Yeah, I mean, look, it didn't really do much. I mean, it had the pop in the pre-market, but since then, it's just, hasn't really had a decent little trend to begin with. But after that, and what's the VWAP? 85.27. So it's sitting right on the VWAP. That blue line right there, that's the VWAP. Is there a tool to draw pivot points? No, not that I'm aware of anyway. Let me just check before I say that. Well, we do have, okay, I shouldn't say that. I don't know about a tool, but I do notice that if you right click on an alert, sorry, on a chart and go to indicators. Now, I'm always on a development version. So you're going to have to tell me when you click on indicators, do you see pivot point? Like I have a pivot point right there. So again, if you right click on a chart, right click on indicators, and then scroll down. Do you have something that says pivot point? And I don't use pivot points, but let's take a look what it would even say. But when you do that, you don't see pivot points. Okay, interesting. Oh, I think most brokerage packages have pivot points. We or most charting packages have pivot points. Hey guys, SWBI getting closer and closer to that 1366. I'm not saying it's going to stall there, but it'd be pretty impressive if it took it out. You might want to keep an eye on Mara, guys. Mara is challenging 13 again. The next high looking left is around almost 14 for Mara on the weekly chart. Actually, it's 14.12. So Mara takes out 13, and as long as crypto, this whole sector remains strong, it still has a little bit of room. I haven't seen Riot at all. Yeah, see, Riot does not look nearly as good as Mara. It's still got all this to get through. Hey, look at the difference. Here's the daily chart. For Mara, look how it's gotten through all of this. Whereas Bitcoin is still sort of stuck, on an equivalent basis, sort of stuck in an area like this. Well, this AVDL, which I had high hopes on shorting this morning, is actually having a nice little bounce here, guys. AVDL is actually having a nice little bounce. The high today was up in 1461 or so it's got about $1 to that high. But this looked like this could have been just a tremendous short, because when you look left, it had all sorts of room down to 10. I mean, this Drupanian TRUP is just kind of inching its way up. 2265 is the VWAP, so it's well above the VWAP. Mara, guys, over 13 now. Mara over 13. MARA over 13. Now, again, it has room. $14 on the weekly. Is Bitcoin over 30,000 again? 31. Wow, 31,214. Thank you to the penny. Well, if you're in the YouTube room on Tuesday, Michael was. I think he's got this as a. I don't know if he's still got it, but he was swinging Mara. Had a little. I don't know what he did yesterday. I mean, that went down to $11. So it's popped $2 today, just about two. Well, not. I guess not. It didn't close. That's right. Got down to 11 and it closed here around 1184. But now today it is above the highs of the last 2 days, and really no big resistance until that 1412 mark. But it's all about Bitcoin, right? I mean, or the crypto market. In fact, Michael is just reading an internal Slack discussion at 1:57 Eastern time, of course. I still have that he wasn't answering it to me. We're having just an internal discussion with the other traders. I still have Mara long from 1069. Massive short float percent. Hey guys, again, the longer Mara holds over 13, what is Bitcoin doing exactly? BITO, I just use BITO. Yeah, so I mean Bitcoin, yeah, I mean it's up 3.4%. BITO, the ETF. What you'd like to see is for this to, go green and start to move. I'm sure it would drag Mara along with it. Yeah, I could probably add it, in the yeah, that little section there. I probably could add it. I don't, it's not that I don't care. There we go. I just added it. I just added it. So now I see 31,206. Up 981, or is that delayed? It doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't mind using BITO just to gives me an idea. Yeah, so I'm using, yeah, that's what it says, Paxos real time. Okay, cool. Yeah, that could be it for the Smith and Wesson, the SWBI guys. I mean, that 13 got close to the 1366. Excuse me, got close to the 1366. And what did it get to? 1360? 1361. So 1366 was that high I was, concerned about. It almost got there, but that's probably the block for the day. You guys were talking about Beyond Meat earlier today, BYND. Watching Mara, guys, to see if it takes out 13 again. I may take a little bit of this and hold on for a month. Yeah, right. I mean, there's just so much crypto news now with all these exchanges or crypto exchanges starting. It's almost like they're trying to put the stamp of approval on it all. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Just waiting on Mara, see if it gets back over 13. Manu deal fell apart again. Let's take a look at Manu. What would not want to be in this one. Well, it doesn't look good, does it? So that was an earnings release, but who cares? June 27th. Even though we've got it June 27th, it looks like they actually announced earnings on the 22nd. Well, actually, this was yesterday, so maybe that's I don't know. This was yesterday after hours. I'm sorry. Got to read it. It says they're going to be announcing earnings on the 27th. So just like we've got it here. Yeah, look at this. AP, as Shady says, the tide has turned. APLD, another one of these companies that had AI in the press release this morning, popped up, looked promising, even 10:30, but since then, just given it all up. The AI bloom has is worn off for a while anyway. Certainly on all these little companies that say we put AI in a press release, but you never know. Next week, same thing could happen. Some company puts AI in their press release and it goes crazy. We had a couple this week. Okay, guys, look, I think I'm just going to put myself on mute. If you want to ask a question, I'll hop right back on the mic. I've got a few things I can do. I just no point in my talking. There's nothing I can really see. I'm only watching the mirror right now, over 13. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute, but listen, if you have a question, don't be shy. I'll hop right back on the mic. I'm not going anywhere. Guys, look at SWBI. It has come back, challenging that high again. Well, maybe it will take out that 1366. Okay, back on mute. I see what you're talking about, this APLD. Yeah, too bad. If that's the reason, obviously that seems to be the reason for the drop. Yeah, so if what you're saying real though is that, this news did not in theory come out until, well, reported earlier. See, I only can see where it hit IB, Interactive Brokers, and that was at 220. But obviously, somebody knew as it was going to come out. Well, another crypto, guys. Hive, another crypto, another Canadian crypto. Hive, HIVE. Well, you know what? As long as nothing damaging news-wise happens to crypto over the weekend, I mean, these things could keep going. Now, the interesting thing is that I'm looking, so crypto now is up, now that I bought it, 758. So it has actually dropped a couple of $100 at least. But, some of these individual stocks don't really care. Okay, guys, as I said, 3 o'clock, unless there are any other questions, again, I will stick around if there's a question. Otherwise, I think I'm just going to wrap this up. I see that 3M is now maybe breaking down through 100 in a slightly bigger way, though it's still only 99.68. And one last time, guys, I'll just put that test drive promo link in. You want to take out a subscription? This is a direct link. You don't have to go through my homepage. You can if you want, of course, but this is a direct link. And this is what you'll see. Okay, so 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And yes, I would appreciate it if you use that link. I get a little credit for every sale that comes into through this room. Bike ride time is 100% Cam. 100%. Okay, everybody. I think that's it. I do not see any other questions. So have a great weekend. And the room will be open. We get on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Wait a moment. Yeah, so the main room, you can show up before 8 o'clock or no later than 8 o'clock. Usually open a little earlier. You can talk amongst yourselves, and I get on the mic in all the rooms at 9 o'clock. Okay, so have a great weekend, and we will see you then. And same for you guys, YouTubers.